Disability Rights Awareness Month steering committee members present here today, members of the panel discussions, just to name a few, Beniso Rolomano, Director of Infrastructure Research, Planning and Systems at ECDWI, Mr. Safas, Deputy Director of Disability Management at ECDWI, Management of Dr. Kulilekani Ntabana, Senior Lecturer at the University of Johannesburg, Department of Construction, Dr. Kitime Kitau, Public Application Research on Accessibility Challenges on Passenger Road, University Academy, staff members, students, capacity partners, students working at projects, ladies and gentlemen, all categories of work, good morning. Good morning. I stand before you on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the South Africa, Professor William Nkabula, who is an international father University, to convey warm greetings and unwavering support this sitting that committed to be the sitting of the vast engagement. It's both a privilege and a profound institutional responsibility to address a matter that strikes at the foundation of our democratic. Today we gather not merely to mark the international observance, but to comfort shining questions for our society. What does freedom truly mean if the spaces we design, manage, and inhabit still exclude those that are intended to serve? This colloquium unfolds at the intersection of justice and possibility, a space where South Africa's constitutional promises must be translated physical, intellectual, and digital and social accessibility. The theme before us, breaking barriers, universal accessibility and inclusion in the built environment, urges us all to recognize that the built environment is not merely a question of engineering, planning, and architecture. It is a question of justice. It determines whether dignity can be exercised, whether citizenship the environment denies access, then rights remain for territory. CBE. To embrace this mandate not as an administrative command, but as a transformative leader for society. Amongst others, built environmental professionals of the society, societal good, not merely as a technical function. Accessibility must exist at the level of design, not as a characteristic perspective. Practices must govern how we train engineers, architects, planners, and surveyors. Disability inclusion is fundamental sustainability. The CBE's contributions will therefore extend beyond compliance. It is actively reshaping the philosophical foundations of research to ensure that persons living with disabilities are not accompanied at the margin, but centered as rightful participants in social justice. That is what we say as justice. This partnership between UNISA and CBE is therefore not incidental or symbolic. It represents a national commitment to building institutions, systems, and systems that reflect a democratic imagination grounded in humanity and universal learning. CBE's commitment therefore aligns with UNISA's vision, which commits the university to build the African university that states UNISA in the service of the humanity. But futures are not shaped by slogans of ceremonial declarations. They are shaped in lecture halls where everybody can enter and move freely. Our digital platforms that speak research that centers on the lived realities of persons living with disabilities that are not performative but functional. For persons living with disabilities, inclusion is not just a concept, it is business. If a building cannot be entered in, a curriculum cannot be accessed, or a platform cannot be navigated, then we would have not failed, we have not failed the success of community, we have failed. This environment cannot be useful. To tell a story, for instance, a missing ramp is not an overpass, it's a message, it's an inclusion. A silent sign in Caprica is not an omission, it is erasure. A website unreadable by screen readers does not lack functionality, it lacks meaning. If any among us cannot flourish, then none of us truly will succeed. We are therefore not merely hosting this colloquium exam here. Africa must innovate solutions rooted in African cities and informal settings, hybrid and learning environments, heritage spaces and transport systems. Partnerships such as that between the CB and UNISA. Disability inclusion will not just be a ratio, but a strength. Slogan goes, nothing about us without us. No policy, no space, no program, and no future is legitimate unless created with those efforts. Consultation must become must become a co-creation. Inclusion must become leadership. Persons with disabilities must offer their own agenda. And every campus must be barrier-free. Every program must reflect the inclusive pedagogy. Every partnership must advance ethics. Every research output must honor business. Knowledge that does not liberate is not college. Therefore, Paul, you are not, you have a measure of our progress. Only you need to, accessibility will not be the last line of our every discipline. With those few words, that Lisa, the University of Ghana. Thank you very much. Welcome to all the participants and welcome to CBE. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forgive me for my personal way. And then maybe the next time we call you properly, you hear you hearing your voice again. Just something along those. As I said, my job today is not actually different. It's support people sort of like come through and speak about what we are at. But I will be asking a few questions, a few thought-provoking questions with regards to the theme that we
Therefore, as a custodian of the built environment, CBE recognizes that the way we design spaces and plan them regulates and shapes how communities move. So therefore, it's a responsibility that we take seriously, and it frames our conversation today. My submission is framed in three parts. One, I'll deal with them in sequence, is about the responsibility of professionals, that ours should move beyond our ethical and legal responsibility. Our obligations must move beyond minimal compliance towards proactive inclusion. Ours must be embedded in design that is premised on principles from an early stage of a project up until its conclusion. We must apply rights-based design that are aligned with the Constitution. But we must also collaborate with colleagues, especially disabled persons organizations, to ensure there is co-authorship and co-creation spaces. Our design must uplift, must empower and protect, not exclude. The built environment does not become inclusive by accident. It has to be, because it's the right thing to do. When we design without consulting persons with disability, we design incomplete spaces. Therefore, professionals in the built environment hold the power to remove these barriers. Relate to how we interface with the persons with disability as a built environment sector. We need to understand that there is agency on the work that we must do. But we must also listen to their lived realities. Because for many, built environment sector is a landscape of obstacles. Entrances that the VC was talking about, lights that we use, poorly designed pedestrian ways, unsafe public spaces. Those are obstacles that the colleagues that we are engaging in here today experience. Therefore, by recognizing their input, it is about inclusive design that restores their independence, enhance public safety or their safety, and ensure that it promotes their full social and economic participation. The third area that I would like to submit is around built environment that is future ready. What it requires is a systematic integration of disability inclusion and core features that we must commit to as professionals in the built environment, not slogans. Universal access is a guiding ethos that actually shape what we do on a day-to-day basis. It's about co-creation of spaces with persons with disability to ensure that it's mandatory for all professionals in the sector, especially at the training level in universities and TVET colleges, to ensure that inclusion is not an add-on, but it is a prerequisite for a sustainable development. We value partnership, everything, because we accept that we don't have all the answers to the challenges we face as a profession or as a sector. Because partnership also allows us to tap into knowledge that exists outside of our purview. And these partnerships, in our view, should turn intentions into action. And I'm happy to stand here and commit that we had agreed with the VC in front of the acting chairperson of CBE that we work with the university post this conference to try and work through the journey of ensuring that some of the spaces in the university are inclusive. Therefore, for us, today is not just a commemoration, but we also commit that we will listen deeply and we'll learn and we'll move forward collectively to ensure that our spaces and places are transformed. And most importantly, Let us transform systems, attitude, and practices that have been normalized to ensure that exclusion and inclusion is part of our discourse on a day-to-day basis. As I conclude, Program Director, inclusion is not a favor. I shared briefly my story of inclusion. And I also believe that accessibility is an investment that we must make to ensure that each and every one of us realize our human potential. A sustainable future of the built environment demands of us to ensure that we are inclusive in what we do. And South Africa, where everyone can move, work, learn, and participate. Thank you very much, Madam Director.
Thank you, Prof. Mieza, for that speech, contextualizing today's engagement, reflecting on the 2024 BE Colloquium outcomes, inclusions of persons with disabilities, and universal accessible built environment infrastructure. I know that I took liberties and I've been losing my powers. Senior Manager, Projects and Programs at the National Council for and of Persons with Disability, and DRAM is also part of the DRAM Steering Committee representative. A round of applause for Mr. Martins.
Thank you, Program Director. And I would like to again welcome the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. The privilege for me to stand here today to give this message of support from the National Council of Informed Persons with Disabilities. The National Council of Informed Persons with Disabilities is immensely proud to be working in partnership with the Council of the Built Environment since 2017. Ellen, I can't, maybe you will remember, it started at the Advisory Council of the Department of Public Works that we first had our intervention with the Council for the Built Environment, and we spoke about universal design. So this collaboration has been a cornerstone in advancing transformation within the built environment sector. And the theme is so applicable within the Disability Rights Awareness Month. And we would applaud you for that. We are honored to contribute to the work of the Transformation Forum, as well as the Health, Safety, Public Protection and Universal Access Transformation Forum. These platforms have become powerful vehicles for spearheading inclusion, diversity, equity, and disability representation. We salute the Council of the Built Environment for its visionary leadership in ensuring that these values are embedded in its transformation agenda, and specifically implementing universal design and access. The fact that this year marks the third colloquium embracing and diversity is a testament to the Council of the Built Environment's unwavering commitment to being a leading organization that provides equal opportunities for everyone. As a member of the steering committee, I have witnessed this firsthand. The dedication, the innovation, and impact of these initiatives, and I'm confident that today's session will be a resounding success. Looking ahead, the National Council, often for persons with disabilities, is committed to continuing this meaningful partnership with the Council of the Built Environment. Together, we will ensure that transformation is not only achieved but sustained. And that's very important. That was also mentioned earlier. What comes out of today's session, it must be sustainable and it must be implemented. And inclusive for persons with disabilities and for all members of society. Universal design and access is not only for persons with disabilities, but for the broader population. As the National Council, often for persons with disabilities, I would thank you for your leadership, your vision, your commitment, and your transformation that started already in 2017, and I salute you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Marius. As you can see, I'm giving out titles if you're coming up on stage. So if you're not on the program, it kind of sucks for you, because then you don't get the title of prof after you've spoken. But I would also like for the speakers that are coming to speak directly into the mic, just like I'm doing now. This is for our translators so that they are able to hear you and they are able to translate in sign language. I'm sure I'm understood. Yes? All my future professors? Yes? Thank you. All right. Next, I'll be bringing up somebody who's already a prof, but maybe when she steps off, I'll call her Prof. Prof. Markwe, who is the Executive Dean of the College of Education and the ODEL Research Professor at the University of South Africa. And she's also the host of this event today. Prof.
Program Director, thank you very much for the warm welcome. Thank you, colleagues, for coming to the University of South Africa, the University of the Land, the university that bears the name of this country, the university that graduates the largest number of students in this country. I come from the College of Education. I'm not into built environment by any stretch of imagination, but because I know that in education we train teachers, and teachers are mothers of all profession. You are all sitting here because of the teachers. And if we neglect that part, we neglect what this whole thing is all about. Today, we need to reflect about what built environment is in relation to people with disabilities. And our reflection must really start on when and how we learn certain behaviors. We learn certain behaviors from our homes, certain behaviors from the schools that we go to. We actually learn a lot of things in our early years. And inclusivity and exclusivity starts from there. It doesn't start when we are adults. It starts as we are growing up. That something is not, we don't even think about it. I come from a college. We train close to 90,000 student teachers, and we graduate more than 20,000 student teachers a year. For some reason in the education space, and I'm going to talk about the education space, because I realize that in this field in particular, there is a big shortage of skill gaps. There's a need for expertise to building infrastructure and building environment. There's a big need for expertise, especially in our country, where there is deteriorating infrastructure across sectors, such as water, energy, transport, construction. There is a problem. And at the same time, we are talking about the high rate of unemployment. People cannot get employed with the qualifications that they need. And maybe part of the reason is that we don't talk about this in relation to how we develop skills-based, in relation to how we develop expertise. We always talk about it at the end as if it's an end result. And in our schooling system, and I think because we inherited a lot of our education system from colonialism, we think that our passage is you finish matric, then you go to university, and that's it. There were times when I was going to schools, we had Ambach schools, and they were everywhere. And those schools were the ones that produced artisans. And we didn't have shortage of artisans the way we do now, in an era of technology where you would expect that we have a lot of, but that we should be having artisans. Our economy, for it to thrive and to develop, we need at least more than 30,000 newly qualified artisans according to the National Development Plan. When that document was put together, it says this is our need. And it was drawn, I think, in 2015, and we are 5 years towards the deadline, and we haven't even reached that point yet. There are far fewer artisans now that are produced in this country than in any other time of this country's existence. And yet, our unemployment rate is increasing dramatically. Why? Because our education system, our schools, has failed to produce artisans, and they also have difficult access to the schools or to even technical or vocational schools. So closing the skills gap among South African construction workers and built environment workers is crucial for the country to address unemployment rates. It is at this point where us as education providers are expected to start rethinking about what this is all about for the purpose of the country. The call is for us who are in the education space. It's for us who are parents, who are actually pushing our children to other directions. For us as citizens, who have to be able to say, if you go this route, this is what had happened. Unless parents, let alone students, unless parents are taught that skills such as electrical work, plumbing, welding, and all these skills that are needed in the building environment are most future-proof careers than any other skills you can ever imagine. Because there will be no time in your lifetime that you won't need an electrician or a plumber or a welder or any of those people, or a builder for that matter. And these skills are becoming much more sophisticated these days with technology. Now, if we are like this and we do not try to get to educate our young people, to educate parents, our country will remain with an unemployment rate that we have. Today we are talking about accessibility of the built environment. That should be taught at a very early age. Unless we start at an early age to inculcate certain behaviors, certain knowledges, certain skills, we can talk until we are blue in the face. It will never happen. It starts at a very early age. Today we are talking about why it's important to include our environment, our built environment must be inclusive in nature. Special awareness is based on the principles of social justice. And social justice is grounded on accessibility, inclusivity, and to ensure that every individual, irrespective of who they are, have access, equitable access to all the things that we have accessible to. Ntate Mutebelo was talking about built environment cannot be neutral. And it has to be a total story that we tell. And our story, by neglecting these parts, by neglecting being inclusive, we are also telling the story that we are an exclusive society. This country has fought wars over the years for inclusivity. And yet we are seeing very little inclusivity in the world we live in. Colleagues, this is very important gathering that we need to remind ourselves that until we go deeper and scratch, not only as we reflect, we need to go deeper beyond what we know to places where we don't know in order to search the human that we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that message of support. I have my second question that I want to ask that you should also dwell again on as well. And my second question is, are our systems, platforms, and infrastructures that we have in this country designed to be universally accessible? That is the question. Are the systems and platforms and all the infrastructure that we have in this country designed to be universally accessible? I'm going to call upon my next speaker, which is Dr. Monakedi, who is Council of Built Environment Council member and Shared Services Committee chairperson. Doctor, if you can make your way up. Dr. Or maybe I should say Prof. Prof. Monakedi, ladies and gentlemen. And he will be talking about CBE's mandate in action. A reminder to speak into the mics, Prof, as clearly as you can. Thank you.
Why everyone is tall. There's a platform here. No, thank you. I'm going to be quite short, actually, because I'll only really stick to the first part of why the chairperson of the session has called me onto the podium. My name is Tsepo Monakedi. I am with the CVE, and in particular, I chair the Shared Services Committee. I think the CEO has set the tone. There's really no need for the presentation as well. I'll be quite brief. I think what's important to highlight, colleagues, is that as CBE, we really have a mandate for us to transform the built environment in the country. And in particular, since the slides are playing, I'll refer to them. We've got five programs that we are implementing. And in relation to the work that we're doing around disability, we are making sure and ensuring that the built environment as a sector is able to transform and ensure that the kind of infrastructure that we have is particularly accessible. I think the CEO has just touched on quite a brief in terms of the work that we do. And just to cite a couple of examples is that currently we are embarking on a program where we are literally assessing public infrastructure to check, Chairman, and ensure that the public infrastructure that we have in the country is accessible. And just to, of course, emphasize the point that the CEO was raising, universities are also imperative because the discussion that we had earlier on really highlighted why it's important for us to ensure that our work speaks to how universities are used by people with disability. This next slide. No, it's actually going back. Thank you. One of the primary concerns that was raised by the colleagues was that year in and year in at universities, because I think they were speaking for universities really, you find that we raise issues as people with disability, and these issues are not raised. And I think as CBE, where we come in, CEO, as we emphasize, is that we report to Parliament. And going forward, in terms of the work that we do, we'll really ensure that Parliament keeps us accountable in terms of how spaces are used in universities. But again, as I said, not just universities, but all kinds of public infrastructure in the country. Next slide. Yeah, you can jump the slide. That's okay. Yes. So the two programs that we're really doing our work, it's in relation to the environmental standard for the built environmental sector, as well as the universal access audits to conduct on public buildings. And in this work, we've got three priority areas that we are ensuring that we make sure that these three priority areas are highlighted, which is transforming the built environment sector, producing skilled built environment professionals, and also expediting the empowerment of women, youth, and people with disability in the built environment. Next slide. Slide. You can jump to this one. Yeah, we can also jump this one. I think I've spoken largely to it. To the last slide. I'm not sure where we are. Yes. Yeah, just stick to the slide and I'll end it here, Chairperson. Is that I think as part of the repository that we're building, these are the examples that we are able to demonstrate that 4th of July, for example, we were able to assess the academy in Tshwane, the Tshwane Traffic Department on the 8th of July, the Tshwane Market in August. We don't have the date there. On the 11th, of course, we did the Sosville Arena. But most importantly as well, the various departments that we have as government. And this work that we're trying to do, colleagues, is to ensure that really the spaces that we use are accessible to anyone. So, Chair, I think I'll pause here because I think largely I would be repeating some of the points that the CEO has touched on. But I think the most important point really to take home is that we are coming in really to add a layer of accountability to the work that the university needs to do. So together, of course, with Parliament, we'll be keeping the university accountable, and we hope that we can have a sustainable solution going forward. And again, Chair, as I said, not just for UNISA in particular, but across the country. So, Chair, I think let me pause there so that I don't eat into the time of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Monagedi. I think I was also, if you heard that, I was promoted to chair. You heard that, right? So going forward, no longer a program director, I'm now chair. And my name is still Itumeleng Due, and I'll be running this program today as chair. On the program, it says there should be a keynote address. But, you know, the minister's still running, I don't want to say late, ahead of time. So he'll then join us later on. So I would like to call on all the professors that had spoken for a picture, and then we can then, after that, we've taken the picture and handed over their gifts. We'll then take a break up until 12 o'clock, and then 12 o'clock we'll come back and resume our program. Happiness? Yes? Thank you. All right, I would like to then call all the speakers that had just spoken, all my professors, for a picture and also the handing over of gifts. If you can just come on stage for me, that would be great. Marius, that also includes you as well. Prof, I've given you the title. For now, you are. Cool, thank you. What? Photographers, are we done? Okay, they seem to be happy. Yeah, so let's do a break up until 12 o'clock, grab some water or send somebody to grab you some water. Then I'll be back here at 12 o'clock and then we can resume. Thank you. The water should be the same place that you got breakfast. Thank you. Monaketi. A round of applause for him. And as a reminder, Speaker, when you talk, it must be direct to the mic, just like how I'm doing. There might be a little bit of feedback, but please just bear with us. This is for our interpreters so that they could hear and be able to translate. I hope I'm clear. Happiness? Thank you.
Thank you. What time is it? It's 1. It's good day. Yes, good day, everyone. My responsibility is one of privilege. Of course, the aim is to introduce the Deputy Minister of Public Works. I must say though, DM, as in the morning we were saying in the holding room that for a lot of us, we might be going on holidays, but we know that for our political principles, December is quite a busy time. And in fact, DM, I'll be honest, I knew I was in December last night because I had not really seen my emails. And I went on to LinkedIn only to find that I'm a speaker. So if I stumble, DM, you must just know that it's probably because I'm in December already. But I want to, of course, acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Sihlezi Galala, the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, in absentia, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, but of course, the acting Vice Chancellor who is here with us, the Executive Deans of the University of South Africa, the council members of the Council for the Built Environment, the CEO of Council for the Built Environment, Dr. Msizi Mieza, esteemed representative from the disability sector, including the National Council for Persons with Disability Info South Africa, and other organizations, chairpersons and CEO of public entities, including the Construction Industry Development Board and the Independent Development Trust, presidents, registers of Council for the Built Environment Professions, distinguished academics from tertiary institutions, the senior government officials, including representatives from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and other relevant departments, respected sector leaders and industry experts, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. DM, we had quite a very eventful morning thus far, and really, DM, where we are and some of the questions that we're already asking ourselves is, do our spaces really enable those with disability to function, or do they actually do the opposite? So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to the third installment of the Built Environment Annual Colloquium, as we mark the culmination of the Disability Rights Awareness Month, otherwise known as DRAM. This signifies the sector's commitment to creating a built environment that is inclusive, DM, that is accessible and equitable for all. Today's theme, amplifying inclusion through universal accessibility for persons with disability in the built environment, DM, highlights shared responsibility to prioritize disability inclusion in our sector. The Council for the Built Environment DM, which of course you are leading and really giving us good and good leadership so that we do the work that we do. The Council for the Built Environment has taken a deliberate strategic future. And as I say that, I want to invite everyone to stand up, and as we put our hands together and welcome the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Sihle Zikalani.
Thanks, colleagues. Let's be seated. Thank you. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you gathered here this afternoon. I wish to start by apologizing to all of you for arriving at this time while one was expected to be here early. And I must say that is not because we undermine this engagement, but we had a very tight schedule demanding for this week as we try to push that when the year closes, we would have completed a number of targets that were set for ourselves. And therefore, my apologies to all of you and to the organizers in particular. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to the Program Director, Itumeleng Dube, as well as the Principal and the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Puleng Lekabula, in absentia. I wish also to acknowledge the Executive Dean of the College of Education, Prof. Makue, researchers, academics, and student community, senior manager responsible for projects and program from the National Council for and of Persons with Disabilities, Mr. Daniel Maris, CPE Council member, Dr. Tsepo Monakedi, and thanks for such words, the CEO of the CPE, Dr. Mieza. My humble greetings to all of you. Exactly 12 years ago, on this day, in 2013, a colossus of South African liberation struggle and a global human rights icon, Nelson Mandela departed our world. In line with the supreme law of the Republic and our Bill of Rights, Nelson Mandela consistently drew the link between disability rights and human rights. This is consistent with the core values and the principles of the United Nations Charter, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and indeed, the Sustainable Development Goals. So as we gather during Disability Rights Awareness Month, we recall Madiba's words to the Conference of the Disabled in April 2004, where he said, as I quote, "A democracy is an order of social equality and non-discrimination. our compatriots who are disabled challenge us in a very special way to manifest in real life those values of democracy. It is not a question of patronizing philanthropy toward disabled people. They do not need the patronage of the non-disabled. It is not for them to adapt to the dominion and the dominating world of the so-called non-disabled. It is for us to adapt our understanding of a common humanity, to learn of the richness of how human life is diverse, to recognize the presence of disability in our human midst as an enrichment of our diversity, close quote. To advance social equality and to promote the right and the well-being of persons with disabilities. In 1992, the UN proclaimed the 3rd of December as an International Day of Persons with Disabilities. In this year, 2025, the UN commemorates this day under the theme, Fostering Disability-Inclusive Societies for Advancing Social Progress. The theme is a call for social integration, poverty eradication, and a sharp reminder that inclusion is the foundation of human dignity and sustainable development. Recognizing that disability is a cross-cutting issue which should be considered in all our work, South Africa commemorates Disability Awareness Month under the theme, Creating Strategic Multi-Sectoral Partnership for a Disability-Inclusive Society. In this regard, we pay tribute to all social partners who are tirelessly working to create a more humane society that promotes the rights of persons with disabilities. We commend those who work tirelessly to raise awareness about disability, the champions who fight stigma, social exclusion of persons with disabilities. We applaud the partnership between the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Council for Built Environment, and the University of South Africa, whose outcome is the hosting of this important colloquium held under the theme, Amplifying Inclusion Through Universal Accessibility for Persons with Disabilities in the built environment. Today is an opportune moment to pay tribute to all professionals in the built environment who design and implement infrastructure projects with disability in mind. We salute all disabled and the activists who are fighting against discrimination of disabled people. We also salute non-governmental organizations that continues to do phenomenal work in building inch by inch and brick by brick a South Africa for all, where disability cannot thrive, but people with disability can succeed and reach their full potential. According to the United Nations, 15% of the world population are persons with disabilities. In other words, not less than 1 billion are persons with disabilities. A majority of people with disability live in developing countries, including ours. With rapid urbanization, across the world, research tells us that by 2050, at least 70% of the world population will live in urban communities. This will include over 2 billion persons with disabilities and older persons requiring inclusive and accessible infrastructure. Literature on the new urban agenda shows that accessibility limitations contribute immensely to the disadvantage and marginalization faced by persons with disabilities. In turn, this leads to high rate of poverty, deprivation, and exclusion for persons with disability. And this undermines our progress toward meeting the agenda for sustainable development, which is 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The task, therefore, for policymakers and urban planners is to ensure that all people, especially vulnerable people, participate in all aspects of life. Status A showed that South Africa has a population of 62 million and 3.3 million are people with disabilities. We therefore need to fight historical marginalization and exclusion experienced by people living with disabilities. The 2022 census showed that children with disabilities, especially in rural provinces like your Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal, continues to face challenges, including limited access to inclusive schools, long waiting list for special need placement, lack of transport, lack of assistive devices, and trained educators, social stigma and bullying, often driving dropout rates. And therefore, these are issues that we need to attend to. One of the disabled rights activists, Candice Nolan, criticized the shutdown of about 38 schools in KwaZulu-Natal. He noted that hundreds of thousands of children with disabilities are still excluded from formal education. Estimate ranges from 500,000 to 600,000 learners. And studies suggest up to 950,000 may never start school. And therefore, we do need to pay a particular attention to this issue. In delivering on our own mandate, as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we carry the responsibility of ensuring that all citizens have access to government facilities and services. The department carries the mandate to provide land and accommodation to national government departments and institutions, playing a custodial function of government's immovable assets. We also provide strategic leadership to the construction and property industries and coordinate the implementation of the extended public works program. In this regard, the department's disability policy guidelines enjoins us to ensure that government buildings are accessible and user-friendly to persons with disabilities. Secondly, that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure recognizes disability in the department's SCM system and increase the number of persons with disabilities benefiting from the department's projects and programs. And therefore, while we agitate and ensure that all departments adhere to the standards and norms that we put in place in terms of buildings and facilities being conducive to people with disabilities, but as the department, we also drive both intervention that directed on ensuring redistributive economic opportunities, focusing on people with disability. We also want to increase the number of people who are employed in the department to ensure that we meet our target. This is our commitment as the department, which we continue to evaluate our performance based on it. The Bill of Rights highlights that equality of all persons, specifically the right to equality and non-discrimination on the basis of disability, remains fundamental. The White Paper on an Integrated National Disability Strategy of 1997 represents a paradigm shift in the conceptualization of disability from the medical or a welfare approach to a social model that recognizes that disability is a human's right and the developmental issue. And therefore, it should not just be confined as an issue of a welfare, but we should explore what we can do to integrate those communities to the livelihood of the nation as a whole, so that they will play and unleash their talent. I must hasten to say, we've seen people with disabilities doing wonders in various sectors. We've recognized them in agriculture, where they excel. We've seen them in sports, participating in various sports activities, and therefore proving that they should be part of the development of the entire system of our country. And therefore, they should be part of the socio-economic trajectory that we are pursuing as the country. Through the Public Procurement and the new Procurement Act, we are expected to ensure that infrastructure procurement advances the transformation and the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. We must continue implementing concrete programs such as the expanded Public Works Program, Disability Inclusion Framework, which mandates that at least 2% of all EPWP work opportunities should be allocated to persons with disabilities, and we must include this in the 5 million target that we must achieve by 2029. And therefore, that percentage should be assessed annually and incrementally as we go to 2029. We must also ensure that all our facilities are also compliant, whether we talk of evacuation routes, abolition facilities, all of that must be compliant. Drainages, paving also need special attention. And therefore, as the department, we want to make it easy for us as the department to contribute and empower people with disabilities. But we also want to ensure that we don't do that, as I've said, as if it is a social welfare program, but it should be a socio-economic emancipation program. And therefore, we want to thank the CBE for the work they are doing, especially in creating platforms such as this one. The CBE carries the responsibility of ensuring that the built environment becomes the vanguard of inclusion. It must be the lodestar, requiring built environmental or environment practitioners to internalize and operationalize the principle of universal design. It must drive initiatives aimed at promoting access for equitable use, in which we design and adequate space for appropriate use. These are not optional, but they are instruments that we must use as the department based on our mandate. There can be no disagreement that the infrastructure without skills is a monument to failure, while infrastructure built upon knowledge and inclusion is a legacy for progress. We call upon universities, our technical colleges, and our professionals to work with us in achieving sustainable infrastructure investment. And that should be embedded on universal design and accessibility. We believe that this should also form part of the curricula and continuous professional development, including research. We need more engineers, urban planners, property valuators, and construction project managers from the sector of people with disability. We need to ensure that we live to the motto that says, nothing about us without us. No one will want other people to decide for her or him, but everyone would want to be part of decision making, especially when such issues affect him or her. Policy without enforcement is little more than aspiration, and aspiration without action is a betrayal of the very same principle upon which our democracy stands. Let us seize the moment. Let us not continuously plan and not implement. Let us ensure that all our policies are translated into achievable plans with allocated budget accordingly and allocated to well-deserving people for their development. We're pleased of the participation of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in this colloquium, and the head of the Property Management Trading Entity, the PMTE, is here with us, Mr. Sibanda. And therefore, when we speak about set-asides, we must be mindful that the idea of developing the Public Procurement Act was based on catering for women, youth, persons with disabilities, as well as military veterans. We must be inclusive of all of these sectors and don't isolate the other, promote the others. We must ensure that we identify barriers to inclusive design. We must ensure that we work together to allocate funding that will resource initiatives that we start. This is a time for bold, pragmatic, and decisive action to build a truly inclusive society. We look to this colloquium to foster collaboration across sectors and create opportunities for partnership. It was on the 15th of August in 1953, when Professor Z.K. Matthews, an alumni of UNISA, made a clarion call for the Congress of the People that would adopt the Freedom Charter. In adopting the Freedom Charter, nearly 2 years after the call by Prof. Matthews, South Africans from all walks of life declared that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. In the same spirit of the Freedom Charter, which this year marks 70 years of its existence, we are called upon to build a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, equal, democratic, and prosperous society that discriminates no one, that leaves no one behind. Our task is to build new roads, new houses, new government facilities. Let us be safe on the roads, prevent disability as we enter the festive season. We believe that it is all in our hands, and if we collaborate and work together, we will be able to make progress in this sector. I thank you, Program Director.
I also thank you, Honorable Prof. Zigalala. I've been giving away titles today. So you are a professor as long as you are within these walls. As soon as you leave, you go back to honorable. But for now, Professor Zigalala, thank you very much. As you have said, there is no greater time to build for inclusivity. And I would like to also then take this opportunity to call all the professors that were going to talk for a picture moment with the DM. I hear he's on a very tight schedule. So if I can call Prof. Murray, come on stage again, Prof. Ndo, come on stage, Prof. Rambau to come on stage, and Prof. Moya as well to come on stage. Our panel discussants, Prof. Komalani, Prof. Mukope, Prof. Ntakana, Prof. Gao, and also our moderator, Prof. Ledwaba, please come on stage for our picture moment, and so that we can take a picture so that the DM can also go about his schedule. Please, please, please. No, no. Thank you, professors. Thank you. All right, moving on with the. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can then please excuse the DM. A round of applause for him as well. Let's begin. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Then continuing on with our program, our next speaker will be Prof. Ndo, who is the Director of School of Engineering, College of Science, Engineering and Technology. He'll be doing a presentation for us. A round of applause for Prof. Ndo. And then with the speakers that are having presentations, I would also remind you to speak into the mic. When you look into the screen, make sure that your head does not turn this way to a point where we can't hear you. I emphasize again, this is for our translators so that they're able to hear you. And then also, if you can just do a hand gesture, like raising your hand, so that the team at the back know when to skip to the next slide. Prof.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. That's better. My name is Ndibuwando. I'm coming from College of Science, Engineering and Technology under the School of Engineering. I'm currently the director of the school. I'm with Professor Onyare, seated there as the chair of department for civil engineering. I believe all the protocol has been observed. I don't have to repeat, but I say good afternoon, all colleagues. Yeah. Before I go into the presentation, we've been invited here, Professor Taban, I think, just went out, to come and be part of this colloquium between the CBE, together with the Public Works and Infrastructure, with a Department of Youth, Women and Persons with Disability. This initiative demonstrates the power of collaboration in creating spaces that are accessible, equitable, and inclusive for all. So I'll go directly to my presentation, the same as raise the hand when I have to move the slide. So I think we can go to next slide. I think it's cutting somewhere. Doesn't bring everything together. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, here I'm showing the department that we have as a School of Engineering. You see we have a Department of Mechanical, Bioresources and Biomedical. We have the Civil and Engineering, Civil and Environmental Engineering and the Building Science, Electrical and Smart System Engineering, Mining, Mineral and Geometric Engineering, Chemical and Material Engineering, Industrial and Engineering Management. Why we put this name? You can hear it sounds like a name and the surname of the department, but it's because we have a future plan. As you see from civil, currently it's just only civil, but the plan is to have engineering, building science, and then again, we need to have this environment engineering. So the plan is to make sure that all the departments have a plan in future. We should not be only calling electrical engineering, but there must be a plan in future. Where do you want to go? Because you can see things are changing. It's no longer a traditional engineering. We have a lot of topics that are coming. So we are trying to cover those topics that will be coming in future. That's why we are having so big names that include everything. We can move to another slide. So here we are just showing you the number of qualifications. All of our qualifications are EXA accredited, meaning that we offer a quality of programs in our space. We start with a diploma, advanced diploma, BH Tech Honors, Masters, PhD. You can see the total. We have the highest number in the country in terms of the students that we have, 8,277. So this is a good number. Yeah. I would just like to say this. I was supposed to say before I start. My presentation today was to just come here and give a message of support. But in the morning, it was changed to say, focus on the gap between the industry and the academy. So I have to focus on this. So that was not the plan. The plan was to give them message of support. So I'll talk about the industry and the academia in the space that we are in. That it's important that industry and the academia are work together, because if we don't work together, believe me, our curriculum won't talk to what is happening. So we need to work with the industry so that we produce a good quality program. And again, not only to produce the qualification, but to make sure that our students get access into the industry. Because we cannot just teach students that will be sitting down. As Professor Migwe mentioned at the presentation, that we have a lot of technicians and artisans that are not working. But believe me, we have partnership with the TVET College so that we bring them into our space, because the moment they don't have anywhere to go. So we are bringing in them into our space, then they start the qualification going up to the PhD. We have good examples that there are people who started from the TVET and now are professors. So it's possible that all the students that are coming to our space will grow into professors and other professionals. So I was still talking about the access to the industry, which is, we call it WIL, Work Integrated Learning, that we have in our space. That all the students that are doing our qualification, they must do WIL, is a must. Because we don't want to produce students that will go outside there and start to understand the work. They must engage with the industry while they're still studying their qualification. So it's important that we should have this WIL program in our space. In terms of the civil, because I think the colloquium is more about infrastructure that touches mostly into the civil space. All the students that are undertaking the WIL in the civil department, they do WIL. So they go into the construction and design and do all the bill of quantity, because it's important that they should not only learn theory without going and practice that theory. So we allow them to go to construction site and do the WIL. All students, I mean all, disability and all the students that are doing our qualification, they do go there. And then in terms of other collaboration that we have with the industry, is this advisory board. It's important that we have advisory board meeting with industry. As I say, that they give us some understanding of where we are. Are the program aligning with what is currently happening? So the previous advisory board meeting, they suggested that our students need to go to the site, because we are just teaching them, but they don't understand what is happening. Before they can do the WIL, they must go to the site and see the site, what is happening there, so that when they come back, they can able to do the project modules without assuming to say this can be happening, but they must go there and see. Yeah, that's regarding the advisory board. So other collaboration is with the South Africa Institute for Civil Engineering. It's important that we keep this relationship with our mother body, because we discuss a lot of things with our mother body. Our chairs of department across the South Africa. They go and attend SAISI program so that they understand each other in terms of what they're really doing. And then the last one, Dr. Msiza, I think we are lacking in terms of the collaboration with the council. Maybe it's because we don't have construction and we are planning to have those. And I know you're not only focusing on that, you're focusing even on the civil engineering. So going forward, we need to have a good collaboration because our students need bursaries, they need assistance from your space. Next one. Yeah, in terms of the access into our qualification, here at UNISA, there's a ACSWIT department that assists students with disability, especially to assist them. If we have a blind student in terms of Braille, they convert our study material into Braille so that they will understand our study material. But there's a lot of things that they're doing with our students. Here, I just showing you what we do as a school. We have a strong vision that aligns with the School of Engineering and the built environment. Here is a project that are done by our students, together with Professor Mutibedi. Normally at the beginning of the year, they sit down and plan and say, this year, what are the plans for this year? So they plan to say, we need to visit places where we never visited before in terms of assisting the disability. So they work with the regions to identify people with disability in those areas. Once they identify, the team will go and see what can they assist with. It depends whether we need to donate wheelchair, whether we need to assist them by fixing their wheelchairs. So there's many things that they go and check them. So these pictures showing people with disability, and you can see the wheelchairs there. Those wheelchairs, we don't buy it. We design and fabricate at the university. These are the projects that are done by wheel students. Our wheel students that who cannot find placement outside, we take them into UNISA, where they will do wheel in Florida campus. So there's a lot of projects that they do. I think we are famous of the solar car and the electrical car, but there's a lot of things that those students do. So they fabricate wheelchairs, walking stick. So there's many projects that they're doing. So after we have identified, then we'll go to those areas. You can move the slide. So here you can see that we have bought some wheels to replace the wheelchairs. So as I said, that we have identified the needs. So we go to those communities. If your wheelchair is broken, then we'll fix it. Whether it needs to replace the wheel or is a mechanical fault, we do replace. So it's one of the projects that we do. We have done it in Bloemfontein region. Okay, still at Bloemfontein. So you can see after we have replaced their wheelchairs now, that they got new wheels. If there was a mechanical fault, we fix it. If need to be welded, we have welded. So we go there and assist the community. Next slide. Here is a Rustenburg. We are doing the same. We have identified the disability, but we have identified through the region. We don't go there because we don't know the people, we don't know the area. So our regions, they're the one who knows who need assistance. Next one. So you can see the mobile bed. It was designed by our student and fabricated by students. So we really assist in terms of the needs of the community. We go there and assist. And then the next one is show that we are fixing. Here is Bergville in KZN. So as I say that we plan from the beginning of the year where we need to go. And then the following year we'll go places where we did not cover before. So we are moving around the country. Next slide. Here are the student innovation. You can see the stick there. These are being created by our own student at Florida campus. This stick is a sensor stick. It assists people with disability by moving. When you move, it will tell you the distance. If maybe you're about to approach maybe some obstacle, it will beep. And then when it's too close, it will beep to say, now we are too close, we're about to bump that obstacle. Whether you're moving to the right, it will beep. Moving to the left, right and left or forward, it will beep. So it's to assist people with disability to hear the noise that they're about to bump something. So those projects are done by our students. Same as the walking stick is being designed and fabricated by our own students. So this has been donated already. I think we donated, if I'm not mistaken, in Rodiport, this mobile walking stick. Here's just a sum of the project of students that are doing. They were starting to do a wheelchair that is different. Previously, we have once designed a wheelchair with a solar panel at the top. So it's like it got a cover, but we put solar panel at the top. So we are designing the student innovation, because students know they are so creative. They come up with all these ideas, and we take those ideas and make it happen. So these are some of the projects. So you can see the wheelchair that was designed at the lab, and here I'm trying to show you at the workshop that we are doing from our space. This our student, wheel student. They're starting this from the beginning. They design and then they fabricate. So they do all the welding, the painting, all by themselves. Of course, with the mentorship of people who understand, like Professor Peter and other members of staff. So if there's another one. Yeah, here, after we have designed and fabricate, then we donate these wheelchairs. So you can see here, I think it was Northwest, if I'm not mistaken, we have donated. And other wheelchair, you can see even the sticker for UNISA is there to show that this was work of UNISA. It's not something that we have bought from the shop, it's our work from the lab. So by showing you this is to show that as a school, we are making sure that we play our role to assist where we can in terms of assisting the disability community. We are not only providing, but we are working with them in other area of knowledge. So this is what I can say from the School of Engineering. Yeah, I think this is the last one. Yeah, I think I'm done in terms of presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ndo. It just shows that you don't have to be part of the built environment in order to build a nation. And I think that's a proper indication of what Prof has presented. I saw there has been like a lot of abbreviations that have been used today: CBE, COT, UNISA, DPWI. Those are just the organizations that have brought us together today. Council for Built Environment, the City of Tshwane, University of South Africa, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So we like to thank those organizations for making today happen. We're gonna then move on to our next speaker. And I think now I can then abuse my powers as chair and program director to sort of start limiting time and cutting time so that we do sort of like don't spend the whole entire day here. Not that I'm tired of you guys, but I think maybe you might be tired of me. I don't want to keep you in here for too long, even though I can. And give, everybody professorships. I think while we were taking a break, somebody was saying, so I'm not a professor since I'm not going to make it on stage. I was like, okay, everybody now in this room, you are now professors. Congratulations. All right. Okay, so moving on, I would like to then call Prof. Rambau, who is Senior Manager, Education Sector Performance Audit at the Auditor General of South Africa. Prof. Rambau, could you please make your way? And as a reminder, just to speak into the mic as much as you can. If you want to shout at us, that's great. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been given a marching order that it should be 10 minutes, but I see my slide, it's not yet sitting there. As they have indicated, I am from the Office of the Auditor General, and I was going to say to the Vice Principal, Mr. Motebele, and then Professor Makwe, it is an honor for me to be in this building. After 1991, I walked into the gates of UNISA coming from Matric. And in 1994, I graduated here. It helped me in terms of my career growth, up to where I have a doctorate in curriculum and instructional design. So it is an honor. And also, you would have heard that it's a curriculum in instructional design. I am not in the built environment, or I am not an accountant, because you know that anyone from the Auditor General are responsible for the financial statements. Sometimes in back then, the Auditor Generals decided to say that they're enough of giving clean audits to municipalities and departments for having good books. But when you look at the service delivery, people did not receive and then they set on a journey to recruit specialists. They've recruited health specialists, engineering specialist, and I think to Professor Mieza, thanks for this opportunity of inviting us. One of my colleagues, Pasaka Nenzinani, I think he works very closely with you, and he's the one that has probably enabled this relationship with the CBE. So we have health specialists, and you can name all other specialists that we have within the Office of the Auditor General to look at. And my responsibility is to oversee the education sector, from basic education up to higher education and training. So if you go to the next slide then, you will see that as the Office of the Auditor General, we have a responsibility to enable democracy. And therefore, we want to build that public confidence in the work that we do, and to be recognized by all stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public accountability. And what do we mean with that? If you look at the next slide, it shows you our accountability ecosystem in terms of the work that we're doing. What we want to achieve is active citizenry, but if you look at the work that we do, you will look at the portfolio, we look at the officials within the public and the entity, public sector and the entity, and then you can see right up to Parliament, but also the coordinating ministries like Treasury, like DPSA, we do audit them. But if you look there in the middle, there is our strategy is focused on generating insights, and hence the Office of the Auditor General uses the multi-skills to be able to achieve that. And we do influence, and that's why my colleague is working with CBE, and also I'm looking forward to working with other professionals so that we can be able to influence the public sector in terms of public service delivery. Where they are not doing, as the Office of the Auditor General, we have power to enforce through material irregularity, whether to recoup the financial loss or to give them material irregularity for harm to the citizen. That's the power that we have as the Office of the Auditor General. And you would have heard in the last 2 weeks that we have issued the first certificate of debt to a municipal official who caused financial loss. So if you move forward, the work that we have done, it's a report that we have done. It's called SDG 4.5, which look at children with disabilities. And then you can see there on the 4.5, provide equal and equitable quality education to all marginalized population, including gender, children with disability. That's the report that we have done to see where the country is performing. And I think Nompumelelo can share with you the report that we have shared with her, or the link that you can access, because of it will give you all the details. I'll just touch a bit for the 10 minutes that I've been given. But 4.A, then it says build and upgrade facilities that are child disability and gender sensitive to provide safe, non-violent, and inclusive and effective learning environment for all. So these are what drove, and if you look at the next slide, it gives you the rationale why we did the audit. As the Auditor General, we work with other auditors within Africa, and then we look at this SDG 4.5, but also from UNESCO saying that all supreme audit institutions should monitor and track progress in addressing the SDG goals. Or if you look at the audit approach, it's the method that we have used to come up with the report through documents, site inspection at schools, interview with officials. And when I saw in the earlier program, there was a minister from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. I said, they know how much I have bothered them when we were doing this audit and collecting data. And if you look at the next slide, it's just it's a stakeholders and the category. The category of persons with disabilities that we've used, it's from DISA, Disability South Africa, which defined all the people, but on the stakeholders, just in the middle, I just want to make it very clear that there are 3 areas that are very important if you look at the school environment. You have special schools, you have full service schools, and the mainstream schools. But then our audit focused on the full service schools. Then if you go to the next slide, it's just a value chain of areas that we've looked at. The enablers, you'll see very much the departments that needs to involve. The child moves from home to school, they need transport. Transport that is actually accessible for children living with disability. When they get to the schools, they need an infrastructure that is very, very crucial. And then the resources as well. And there's a mention of assistive devices, and there's to be educators that can teach special needs education. There's a learner-teacher support material that should be customized to every learner that needs to do. But in a summary, you'll see what we're saying, areas that needs to be improved. We found that we don't have a database of children with disability at an ECD level. And mainly the transition from social development to basic education as well created a challenge. So it's not there. We don't know how many children with disabilities at an ECD level. And therefore it affects when they go to the schools will not be prepared, will not know how many children are coming into the school phase. So that's one. Another thing, we found that we don't have a database of children with disabilities that are not at school. And then we went to the basic education management information system. We found that it's not accurate and not consistently updated. We looked at the resources, which It's links to the Council of Built Environment. We found that the schools are overcrowded and learners cannot be able to add there. The schools don't have ramps for, especially full service schools don't have ramps to allow children to be there. And then there's quite a number of other issues on infrastructure that we have found. But from policy environment, we found that South Africa has got a legislation. They've got white paper for inclusive education. It started in 2001 and then it was supposed to end in 2021. It was a forward-looking policy. If you read there, there's a lot of propositions, but our audit is saying that they did not implement the propositions that are there. Even though we have a very good legislation, we do have also white paper on the persons with disability. And even if you look at that, it talks about what needs to happen with ECD, what needs to happen with schools, but still the implementation has been seen as a problem. And we said that the collaboration between DBE, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Department of Transport, Department of Health, and DPWI, there's not much collaboration for them to be able to ensure to address the educational needs of children with disabilities. And you can skip this slide because of it just gives you what was done, and that's why I'm talking about the legislation. And also we have the SDG reports that are there that tells you where we are, but silent on the persons with disability that are published by States SA. So if you go to the next slide, it's just showing you in brief what we have found. I hope they will send you the slide through to you, and then you'll be able to look at the issues that we have stated. Our call to action, which is the next slide. Okay, I'm skipping this one, but I've already told you about I'm just depicting what we have seen. You can see the pictures. But then if you look at the call for action that we are making as the Office of the Auditor General, we are saying that catch them young. Start from ECD and make sure that you know how many children and what are the nature of disabilities that we have, so that by the time they go to the schools, they are well prepared. And the second one, we say leave no one behind. You can go to the next slide. Sorry, I'm confusing you. Go to the next slide. Yeah, this slide. It talks about catch them young, leave no one behind. Remember, I said that there are many children with disabilities that are at home. We don't know how many we have, what are the nature of the disabilities, and how they can be able to, how can we be able to address their educational needs. And then the third one, we say enable schools to function. These are the resources that I've mentioned. Without those resources, qualified teachers for special needs education, the transports, the school facilities, if they don't have those, then the schools will not function, will not address the needs of children with disabilities. And then, as I've said, work together for a common vision. I'm looking at the people that are here, the National Council for Professions, CBE. I'm looking at the Institute for for Engineering and Built Environment, and also education. They need to work together to go to schools, because officials and the teachers can't address those problems that are there. We need to be there to be able to deal with that. In the last slide, it was just a value proposition that we have given to say that if you look at the basic education and Department of Women Youth plays a very crucial role. But I just need to elevate one line there that talks to the last bullet, fast track 3-stream model curriculum, which will be able to help. And the Department of Basic Education cannot do it alone. The CBE must go in there on the 3-stream model and make sure that some of the schools are converted from just being academic schools, but offering occupational and vocational subjects. And it's only us who are here that can do, because of the department on its own cannot be able to address that. I'm elevating that 3-stream model because of it's very, very crucial for persons or for children living with disabilities, because of early in their schooling, they would be able to do the artisans that people were talking about, and it will start from the schooling. They will not have to wait to get to matric and then they start doing technical and vocational subjects. This is the message I wanted to do to summarize a 30-page book. You can access the book and be able to see all the details that I have tried to sum up. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Prof. I was conflicted there on whether to stand and stop you. And then I was like, I need to keep on listening. Because the reason that this event is here today is because I met Ms. Moya at the City of Tshwane, and we spoke about making careers available for people with disability or learners with disability. So when Prof. Rambao said, catch them young, that's what we spoke about. We saying like, can we then actually then expose these learners to careers that they are able to then access from a young age? And I think we had our first event at a high school in Pretoria, Sonitas High School. But yeah, before I ramble on. But in the interest of time, we'll then move on to Prof. Moya, who I just spoke about. I think this is a segue to her presentation that looks into universal access and design. And I've already negotiated the time and just, busy saving the times as I can. A round of applause for Ms. Moya as she comes in.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to do a prelude. I do it a lot. So today I'm going to stick to my task. I'm just waiting for the slides to be projected. I would like to stand on the established protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My presentation today is on universal access and design. It's actually the other way around, but UDA, on the audits that were undertaken from October 2024. This is just to give a highlight in terms of the reports. This slide, I won't go into detail, but this is the DPWI family with the sister entities. I was told to put my hand up. Then in terms of legislative mandate, this is the CBE's role. I will also not present that for today. You can move. Important, I think, especially after Prof was talking to how CBE's ecosystem works. I think the slide, Prof, is very important in terms of how we work together, because I know in definition, built environment is seen as buildings. But I won't go into detail of what that is for today. You can move. Colleagues, as I mentioned, that my task for today is to talk to universal design and access. The white paper on the right of persons with disabilities does say that universal design is not a compromise, but a necessity. It is a right, not a privilege. So this is where we take our mandate from. And in terms of universal design and access, we as CBE, Council for the Built Environment, we are mandated to protect the public's interest. We are mandated to promote appropriate standards of health, safety, and environmental protection. And thus, we actively advocate for implementing universal design and access principles within the built environment professions, because we do appreciate that it is necessary. So through that exercise we had undertaken in 2023-2024 financial year, an exercise to conduct an assessment on the implementation of the universal design and access in the public sector. And one of the recommendations was we do require enforcement tools that will mandate UDA principles for all new public sector buildings, renovations and infrastructure projects to comply with the standards that are set in the relevant legislative instruments. After that, because it's always important to have evidence-based intervention, as we've seen here, we have collaborated with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, City of Tshwane, to undertake a universal access audits on public buildings, because I think it's important to understand that we have two essential tasks. We have to ensure that our public are able to access public buildings, but also, as you saw in the video earlier, we have to ensure that our employees, we give them dignity to ensure that when they participate in practice, they are reasonably accommodated. You can move. Oh, and I won't go into definitions. They are in the relevant frameworks. When I was preparing this, I thought I would have more time. You can move. I'll just try to fast track this. These are just the legislative frameworks, and I know they've been referenced a lot in terms of the discussions for today. But I think very important, the first one, and it talks to the issue of saying this is not a privilege, but a right. And we do stand by the principle of leave no one behind. And this is why we've seen the necessity to do the work that we do. And in most cases, we always work as if there are no legislative frameworks that are supposed to help us do this work. However, they are there. The issue is implementation. You can move. Thus, in us ensuring the implementation, to ensure that we create a built environment that upholds the dignity, independence, and equal participation for persons with disabilities. This then drives towards inclusive and accessible spaces for all. The issue of ensuring that our institutions, okay, you move too quickly for me. If you can just quickly go back. Thank you very much. Our institutions equipped with the right policies to promote equal opportunities. That is why we really looked at institutions like the City of Cape Town, who does have policies that ensure that they've got accessible transport system, because this doesn't just talk to the actual vehicles, but also systems in terms of transport infrastructure. And I won't go into detail in terms of what this means for them in terms of policies. So for us, it's to advocate that institutions adopt this approach, and I know a lot of them have. You have, like Prof. Ramba was speaking now about the framework that the DPE has. DHET has the same framework. So this is something we really want to collaborate on to ensure implementation. You can move. Problem statement, I think it's been said, colleagues. I'm not going to go into detail of that, but I think we can all agree our spaces are not inclusive and accessible, and it is something that collaboratively we must be unapologetic about in addressing. And I think for us as the built environment, when we retrofit, we don't just retrofit soft issues, but we also are dealing with reinforced concrete. So that requires innovation, as it's been said. You can move. These are just the objectives of the audits that we've undertaken, and I won't go into detail for today, but ultimately, we want to ensure that we have an accessible built environment, as the white paper in terms of on the rights of persons with disabilities is asking us to do. Infrastructure audit for public sector, the purpose and the scope, as you can see, the city of Tshwane, not the city of Tshwane, but the Tshwane area, because this is where most of the government and public buildings are situated. Hence, we then decided to focus. And of course, it's always wonderful when you have a partner who's willing, who's proactive. So in terms of City of Tshwane, they called us on board to say we also want to address these issues. So these were just the key initiatives in terms of audits, creating metrics to align as well to the SENS 10400 standards. So we then went to ensure that we evaluate these facilities within Tshwane, identifying the accessibility barriers, ensuring that we propose tangible interventions. But what is more important is how do we therefore create a framework that is implementable. I won't go into details. This is just the profiles of the facilities that have been audited. You will see the first slide is municipal facilities. You can move. The second slide as well, however, there is a facility that is actually owned by province. However, the implementing agent is the city. You can move. We've also been fortunate to be given access to also audit national departments because when we drive this work, we don't want to have a singular view. You can move. Okay, I was trying here to be technological to put visuals together, but we just wanted to show what it looks like with the team that has been doing these audits. And some of the facilities, I must say, they do have, they do comply, but largely facilities do not comply as per 10400 cents. You can move. Recommendations, of course, legislative reforms. We cannot have frameworks. We need enforceable tools to ensure we address these barriers. We also need to focus on capacity building to ensure that people that do this work are capacitated to do so. I think if you watch the video, you would have seen Mr. Mokgope really making a call to say we need professionals in the built environment sector to lead on this work. Inspections and maintenance, I think we have a biggest issue in that you can have a facility that is complying at the beginning, but our biggest problem is maintenance. Because when you do have these tools, you're responding, you're addressing barriers, but then you do not maintain it, it just goes back and it is not addressing those issues. Awareness, education, it has to continue. I think one thing that is important, which CEO said as well, is that we continue to learn, we continue to learn, we are open to feedback because I think we have one purpose to address these barriers. And then obviously incentives. We cannot only have a stick, we must have a carrot to ensure that people are amenable to implementing these norms and standards. You can move. These are just the stakeholders in terms of doing this work. I think what it just highlights is that one institution cannot do this work on its own. Everyone has a role to play. That is the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. I know I've rushed you through this presentation, but I wanted to respect time. But in essence, I think one of the things I can highlight on this slide is really a call to action. I think it's been said before me. I think for us, we need to just say the work must be done and what do we do to do that particular work. And then on the last part, in terms of the comprehensive audit report, we will be working on finalizing it with the collaborative team. We will be using the steering committee that has been established in terms of empowerment and inclusion of persons with disabilities to help us ensure that the report is well structured and will respond to the issues that we want to drive. So we want to really invite stakeholders that are here today to ask us, how do I participate? So that is my
titles that are given to my panel members who will then be talking on the theme of building an inclusive future, unblocking disability inclusion in South Africa's built environment. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing, testing.
that are in the house. For me on this one, I just want to one of the things or one of the areas that is very from Central Part S, it's in the 2011. And so what has been happening is that people universal access when it comes to opportunities. And halfway, we are not doing it fully. Universal accessible, and they are rated according to the universal accessibility. That is a comparative issue when it comes to education, where architects are always saying to study only the standard. We don't study the issues of people society. Culture. We believe in South Africa to live in a culture where a person with disabilities is able, as a result, designers for the kind of population society when it comes to disabilities. Or its level. The last one is issues of maintenance, where government is not maintaining buildings, and also the private sector is not maintaining buildings, is not protecting these buildings to fit the current needs and the changes that are happening in the country. Thank you, sir. Into a Colomani, something very important. They say 3.2 million disabilities, and most of them, some of them, they don't even have access to the community, the children, they don't have access to schooling. And you know, you brought something very important about the culture, because people with a disability in our is a stigma. But you pass that thing that, you know, culture, we need to break the barrier of barrier, because you are disabled, you cannot have those access. And that is very, very, very great thing that as we are here today, allow not different cultures to be our barrier in disabled or disability. So thank you for that. And you also said things about because you are taking questions because you are from that. What are you ensuring that those barriers are being removed and let your touch the issue of maintenance being and competently. How do we make sure that the universal design principle is shown? I was supposed to think what I wish we could do. Recently, we have improving in terms of accessibility. One, previously, as a state government is we are looking at the condition and the functional assessment, where we are including the areas of assessment. The reason for that is that we want to make to say that anything that we need to maintain, we need to see what is happening. Sometimes accessibility people see it as a ramp. They don't just start with the ramps. It starts with where you go coming up with the taxi and the person said, from that taxi to a door where the person is coming to the facility. Is that building accessible? We cannot say a building is accessible where around a kilometer of facility accessible. So basically we try to make sure that our facilities understand what is the challenge and addressing those challenges. That is a part of, in our strategic document, our annual performance, issues of universal. So that we change the culture from anyone within the university. And also as a country, looking at the research and development, we've got now where you can print anything. You can even print a wheelchair. We've got the academic teammates. And I believe in the does not leave anyone behind. So what are the key acceptable challenges in terms of that the face the railway? What Mr. Manager nowadays there is no need to spend building the wheelchair or whatever that is needed for
Good afternoon, everyone. In terms of passenger rail, I think maybe we need to really take a step back and understand the history of passenger rail in South Africa and the current actions that passenger applications had actually when it comes to existence inherited the already existing network, which already had challenges. And when the previous regime, how it was designed, that's where the first exclusion started. Because initially passenger rail was designed for the labor market. People had to be moved from whether they say which way the area into the suburb for employment. It was not for anything else. The needs that we have today are different to what it was done before. And moving forward, in terms of agencies now starting to adapt to the evolution and development and the needs for everyone in South African uses rail transport as the most affordable and a mass carrier. It then been struggling to modernize and accommodate everyone's needs, and that's where the challenge is. So the first challenge, like all the colleagues in this video together, but as South Africa, we do have regulation, which are related to universal access. Everyone is saying, even in terms of public transport, we have a number of legislation. However, there's still those fragmentation and in our legislation, whereby it is not the role and the interplay of different fields are not clear for everyone to do. And even our legislation in terms of transport are not that much enforceable. For instance, on the rail sector, we find statements like national availability saying that the passenger rail should be universally accessible, and everything is left to the discretion of the operator. Meaning that even though we know that universal comes with huge cost implication, therefore then the operator will then decide whether to prioritize what's more useful for them. And then there's no monitoring and enforcement to say, then how far are you leaving? And that's what the studies found out to say that no one really goes back and hold people accountable to say, are you implementing or not implementing? So today, in terms of the study, you see the whole network. The time only 3% of the cities that I have some sort of universal. They're not accessible entirely, but there's accessibility. And their staff, the people working in the industry have no much knowledge of universal access. That's another gap. And then in terms of other challenges that we have is the social economic and the special design, especially PIS, where you find people who are supposed to use rail, they're staying in the peripherals, culminating in a long distance travel to access the rail facilities, which then increase their travel costs. And then affordability also then becomes a barrier for them to use public transport. And we know most of our people, especially people living with disabilities, they are prone to the issues of poverty. And also because they cannot use transport to access economic activities, then there's issue of unemployment. Then the cost becomes another area that most people don't look at beyond the universal design.
So, as one of your question, in terms of your opinion, again, and we are moving, remember we are developing or we are developing countries whereby we need to make our standards with the European or the American in terms of money. For the new coming model of transport.
You need more strategies that address the of integration from the national to the provincial and local government, and land use, so that we can be able to integrate public transport modes, all of them, either rail or bus or minibus taxis, to be universally accessible, and also to ensure that how they design our towns or places of residence, it's easier for people to be able to use this public transport. We also include technology into it so that people can be able to access information about the transport systems in their areas, so they can be able to plan their travel and ensure that they have more confidence in public transport use. Because another issue is the perception about public transport, which then people have issues of safety. Therefore, now they shy away from public transport and using other modes of transport which may be costly and have other impacts in terms of environment.
So these are two different things. One of the things that they use that both the state and what are we doing with that? The another academic is Dr. Kulegan. So whereby what the minister said something very important that in the education sector. And for you as an academic, how do you integrate the universal design aspect into our academic and in the industry as a doctor? The industrial transport mode through the disability. Good afternoon. That is a very good question, Madam. I think we are understanding on the academic side, and I think this is where transformation begins, through transformation. So the mind to be integrated into what we really do as academics and into what we really do as professionals in our disciplines. So firstly, I think I'm going to start with basic education. I would say that for universal design, we need to integrate it. I think this has been mentioned a number of times, and we find also repeating the same thing. But I think what is important is implementation. The enforcement of this implementation, because in South Africa, we don't you've got everything written down, but what we need education, we need to integrate the as a competence. Basic education and in what we call life orientation and many other technical subjects. That in basic education should be the model of universal design. Because research has identified that studies of these universal design are very going to we are then going to be the institutions collaborate among each other across disciplines and also collaborate with industry, with government. I think in that aspect we will then be in a position to ensure that we build the future that we want. And we have to be today is a built environment that was designed by professionals who were taught yesterday. If we want an inclusive built environment for tomorrow, we have to then be in a phase where we are changing the mindset of the current profession and then teaching them what we design for tomorrow. Do you think that we need to design the new curriculum? Because probably those who are presenting what the student engineers they are in, and probably also in because of the niche nursing of qualification whereby we will have accommodate people with a disability. Very designing a new curriculum, but I think redeveloping and upskilling our students into understanding that the universal design is not static on a building, but it is technical and it is justice to the design. I think this has been mentioned a couple of times as well, that if you make universal design as a common in all disciplines, then in that way you enforce the profession to design inclusive. And I think also from the CPE point of view, they can then enforce what we call all disciplines to say for the renewal of professional qualifications, there needs to be these programs that involve or include the universal design across all disciplines. That must be related for professionals. So I don't think we really need to review curriculum, but the curriculum that we have, we can incorporate it and then of course I think I have is really target on the possibility of the universal design into the country. With the Department of Public Works, how are you ensuring that you promote all the points that my panelists just mentioned, that culture, career, distance in terms of accessing the building, and you from the Department of Public Works, what is your intention in terms of how do you promote this, and it must be visible to everyone so that in the end of the I think the question is how do we ensure that we have effective system that will ensure that the now, I think we can start with two things that we can do to elaborate. One is because this conversation for better design aspect for over the years was just flowing. So that is the starting point. And I can attest to doing something, but it's not in one platform. So we need to learn it and not just things like that. The reason I'm saying is, we need an where concentrations were made, our ministry indicated that so how do we make South Africa construction side while we need to elaborate on the commitment that has been made. Mostly, we better design as multi-layer, right? It makes a difference. Budget, the fund, because some of these problems are going to be very expensive. Like that, we can have to that. So we better design. And also, the development policy, the reform policy. But we have already institutions like National Council for Fiscal Disability are there for that capacity. Various things and we can leverage forward at the moment. But we need to take forward in a now going to a result we are doing it algorithm. Unlike that, coming to talk and then and not do it result and then so that we can on that note, thank you, Mr. Takai, thank you, Dr. Gulani, Dr. Gigines, our MP breaking you on the first floor that grabbed us by the head and said, what do you mean about culture? What do you mean about accessibility? What do you mean about mentoring of this? What do you mean about the distance and all the stuff? So can you just the hand for our as I don't get Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to take it up. Thanks for this. And also the lady to call out the people to provide the another one of that's we continue to All right, in the interest of time, I don't want to start the issues of the stomach and issues of professorship. We just have to and the experience with your professorship is taken. But a good experience would be that
will then also then utilize it from the. So for that, for reflection and vote of thanks, I would like to call on who is the Chief State Services Officer, who will then give us the reflection and vote of thanks for today's event. Round of applause.
Let's have Prof. Mary must be reminded to speak to your audience. Good afternoon. I would not also want to say, and I said we had contacted for the Built Environment, and we protected the behavior. All protocols were there, and also a special thanks to our administration. Today, we would like first thank you for taking the PPE to come and help with discussion, event, planning session to implement and to enforce to ensure that our environment does not exclude but is inclusive of. The stage of today's discussion has been very clear that the environment as it stands, we need to not just engineering, active countries actively implement either by inclusion or exclusion in the future. Our CEO used to have a tendency, just going to say, humanizing the built environment. The Council of the Built Environment has today an instrument years and so everyone that's the universal access and design is object negotiable and imperative delivering on our mandate to drive the transformation across the sector and ensuring the health and safety. Because where they don't have access, where as the HSA has said, the kids in the DPAE, they don't have health and safety. That is the compromise where they accessibility is an investment. We are saying returning South Africa into a construction we need to co-create spaces that will also ensure that persons with disabilities a space and are not dependent on any but they are independent spectrum. We touched on the education before, that we also support the integration of the universal design and accessibility into all professional curricula and continuous development programs, building an industry founded on literacy knowledge. A lot has been said around education, and we need to move forward. And highlighted by also the continuous by government persons with disabilities require evaluation opportunities. All groups benefit from the sector. That the drive is to ensure that everyone has environment. Evidence-based policies have been mentioned. However, the call has been for us to implement and force and ensure not just develop frameworks, those platforms about utilization and the practice and culture of utility. We cannot neglect the collaboration. Multicultural collaboration is essential. We cannot work in silence. We cannot work in silence with people. And the disability sector, it is difficult for us to achieve a totally barrier-free environment. We acknowledge everything while that are necessary in our environment to ensure that this communication, this discussion is held and pushed forward, even within the women. Our collective role underpinned by our constitution and the principle nothing of movement with us is to create an accessible South Africa where everyone can participate fully. And I see coming back, my program director, and I hope I haven't taken much of your time. And maybe as we celebrate ensure that we will make a difference to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I think that brings us to the end of our event today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for indulging us. These sort of events do not come together just, a magician saying, saying the magician words. So the following, I'm going to thank the following please with the following people. I would like to tell you by name, but you know who you are. I would like to thank the team for organizing and making sure that I would also like to thank the DPWI, volunteering, the union team as well, College of Education, and Lisa, I'd like to thank you. I would like to thank our ladies and translation, made it possible for everybody. You don't see consider that we're going to be doing. I would like to thank the team that at the back, I would also like to thank Lisa as the program director, so for running this program and I'm also like to thank you as well as our participants, our delegates for giving us the time to understanding with things already. Thank you very much. And also remember our agreement. The titles that we have obtained in this I also then use the title of two. I also use the title of program. So next time, or when we are having lunch, please, you can address what you need to do. And also, the logistics with regards to lunch. There are ushers around that will lead towards the lunch. Ushers, if you can indicate where you are, that'd be great. They are the exit there, and also the people that were in the building, we can then go back to the building and we will then actually integrate that much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, with the plans I'm going to I thank the ladies and the interpreters that are told that I have to thank you guys again. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can then resolve this union. Thank you very much. And that's all we can say to